That's right.
Good.
Did you get one of those? No, you didn't, right? Forgot them.
Yeah, we all read it last week.
It don't matter.
He gets it.
I get a huge thank you letter.
They were so proud of it.
Can I leave this right here so it's on camera the entire time? All right, call to order. Regular meeting, March 14th. Meeting announcements. Wendy, thank you.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Sparta Board of Education has caused notice of the time and date of this meeting to be published in the New Jersey Herald, the Star Ledger, tapintosparta.net, and the notice of the meeting has been posted on the Sparta Township School District website.
All rise for pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Joanne, can we get a roll call, please?
Ms. Collier,
Here.
Ms. Gagnon,
Present.
Ms. McMichael,
Here.
Mr. Paleschi, Ms. Sealander,
Here.
Dr. Serrano, Mr. Wood,
Here.
Mr. Morris.
Here. At this time, we're going to convene into closed session where we'll be hearing interviews from insurance brokers and hearing a HIB appeal. We'll be back 7-ish. And confidential legal matters. Motion to go into closed session.
Motion.
Thank you. All in favor?
I need a second.
Aye.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Sorry for our tardiness. We're going to resume open session. Joanne, can we get a roll call?
Ms. Collier?
Here.
Ms. Gagnon?
Present.
Ms. McMichael?
Here.
Mr. Pelesci?
Here.
Ms. Seelander?
Here.
Dr. Serrano?
Here.
Mr. Wood?
Here.
Mr. Morris?
Here. Okay, we're going to start this evening with our presentations. First one we're going to have is Theater in Our Schools Month. You can step by the podium.
That's your, that's your slideshow. You can, use the keyboard on, Shane?
All right, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Therese Joanna Gamos. I'm here to present for Drama Club in Sparta High School, as well as Spartan Muses. So recently, our drama club has joined International Thespian Society, and what this means is that this society is dedicated to allowing students to have the opportunity to have theater arts education available to them. And this includes the access to scholarships, access to theater resources, and programmings like state festivals and national festivals. So our troop officers, I am the marketing director, Paula Alderaz is our president, Katie Sheeran is our vice president, Julianne Handez is our secretary, and Isabella Churchwell is our historian. So this year we participated in Thespian Festival, and what this means is that 11 students were able to have feedback and have a chance to win honors awards through participation in events. They also participated in workshops, which were taught by professors and professional theater artists as well. And for our goals for this program is we continue to grow this until we achieve gold. Now, amazingly, this year we did win bronze on our troupe through our previous interactions with Drama Club. And as here, I was able to win a superior medal for theater marketing. Now, Thespian Festival is not the only festival we attended. We also attended Teen Arts, which multiple students in Drama Club participated in. I participated in a monologue, and several other students sang at small theater groups. And now moving on to plays and productions. This year we presented Midsummer Jersey, written by Ken Ludwig, and everything you see on that slide, including the costuming, including the sets, were all done by students, which shows student initiative. This production was also directed by our lovely thespian troupe advisor, Allison Sussman. So we have future plans for Spring One Acts. There's going to be 2 directors, me being one of them and Shay Harrison. And as you see at the bottom, there will be a stage reading of our Scavengers written by Miles Williams, which shows a student playwright. And everything that is going to be presented in the future in these One Acts will be produced by students. So this only shows the importance of theater. It shows student involvement. It shows student community. It shows that students are able to gain confidence in theater arts through these programs. Now, I'd like to talk about Theater in Our Schools Month, which is sponsored by International Thespian Society, which promotes the value of theater education nationally. So our troupe has decided to include the message "You Will Be Found," which ensures that students have quality theater education as well as a sense of community and belonging through theater programs. Our future goals are to expand membership, to build skills by offering workshops with professional guest artists, and provide opportunities to foster a safe sense of community and develop a theater program that can benefit students and Sparta residents as a whole. Here are social media links. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next presentation is Seal of Biliteracy.
Dr. Buchanan.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Board of Education, ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues. Tonight, we gather to celebrate an extraordinary achievement, one that symbolizes dedication perseverance, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. I'm deeply honored to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the remarkable students of Sparta High School who have been awarded the prestigious Seal of Biliteracy by the state of New Jersey. This recognition is not just a mere accolade, it's a testament to the incredible commitment and hard work that our students have invested in their linguistic pursuits. The Seal of Biliteracy stands as a benchmark of linguistic proficiency and a mark of distinction that sets our students apart. What makes this achievement even more remarkable is the increase in the number of students qualifying for the award this year. It's a testament to the unwavering dedication of our students, the tireless efforts of our teachers, and the unwavering support of our parents. To our students, I commend you for your commitment to mastering languages, for embracing the richness of cultural diversity, and for embodying the spirit of lifelong learning. Your achievement today not only reflects your linguistic proficiency, but also your capacity to bridge cultures, foster understanding, and forge connections across borders. To our parents, I offer my sincere appreciation for your steadfast support, your encouragement, and your belief in the limitless potential of your children. Your unwavering commitment to their education has laid the foundation for their success. And to our teachers, I extend my deepest gratitude for your unwavering dedication, your passion for teaching, and your relentless pursuit of excellence. Your guidance, your mentorship, and support have been instrumental in shaping the minds and hearts of our students, empowering them to reach new heights of academic and personal success. As we celebrate this happy occasion, let us not forget the profound impact that education has on shaping the future of our society. Let us continue to champion the values of knowledge, and let us empower our students to become global citizens who embrace the world with open hearts and open minds. Congratulations once again to all the recipients of the Seal of Biliteracy. Your achievements inspire us, your dedication motivates us, and your success fills us with pride. May you continue to pursue your dreams with courage, passion, and determination, knowing that the world is yours to conquer. I'm now going to show the recipients, and if you wouldn't mind, as your name is read out, if you and your parents would please stand for acknowledgement, that would be fabulous. Thank you. So, in English, Anne-Kathleen Kuhn, who was an exchange student from Germany, which is why it's English. Dana Dunbar, French. Congratulations. Molly Engelhardt, French. Catherine Gaines, French. Cassandra Lasco, French. Aidan Mahoney, French. One or two of you might have been thinking that a couple of these names are graduates. That is the case, but they still are being recognized this year by the state. French, Gayatri Nadaraja. I hope I got that right. Vaden Pollard, French. Christian Posado, French. Cassidy Pry, French. Nathaniel Rogoff, French. Catherine Sheeran, French. Nicholas George in German. Kylie Johnson, German. German, Mason Munier. In Japanese, Nina Naergis. Arthur Dodeline in Portuguese. Tagalog, Alexis Villapando. In Spanish, Sofia Candeloro. In Spanish, Hector Cruz. Spanish, Sofia Davis. Angelina Farella in Spanish. Edward Flannery, also Spanish. Tag Herbison, Spanish. Eva Hughes, Spanish. Julia Mooney, Spanish. Kaylee O'Brien, Spanish. Michaela Ricci, Spanish. Emily Smirnoff, Spanish. Dean Stas, Spanish. Juliet Sanchez, Spanish. In Russian, Ashton Welber. Anna Yeroviev in Russian. A special mention to two of our students who won Seal of Biliteracy in 2 languages. Matthew Vassallo in German and in Portuguese. In Polish, Michelle Kujalowicz. And Michelle also got the seal in Russian. Just to give you a quick overview, you can see that we tested more languages this year. We tested fewer students in terms of focusing our efforts. It meant that we spent about a third of what we normally spend, and you can see that our pass rate went from 8 to 29%, and we have a 45% increase in passes, which is the best ever results. So in this regard, the state of New Jersey intimated in the last summer that we should be trying to encourage more languages in terms of students in our population getting the Seal of Biliteracy. We were ahead of the game by about 6 months. So that's why you can see that we test more languages and we're getting more pass rates. One of the things I want to mention to the parents, particularly Rowan University and Kean University in New Jersey have just announced that the Seal of Biliteracy will now equate to 6 credits in language, which is a $2,500 amount of saving for $19.90 of a test. So to encourage and get the word out more about the Seal of Biliteracy, more and more colleges are providing this as a benefit so that you can see that you are saving 6 credits and you are managing to possibly be able to take other classes that you might not have had to if you were having to take your world language requirement. So this is a new trend, and it's something to encourage language acquisition. So I just wanted to include that in my remarks to give you a sense of not only congratulations, but hopefully a saving of credits and of money particularly. Just as a final slide, our world languages teachers, and I wanted to make sure that each and every one of them is recognized for all the very hard work over the year that they have put into encouraging and supporting our students receive the Seal of Biliteracy. My grateful thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all the students that were mentioned this evening. Next presentation is the tentative budget presentation. We'll just pause for like 2 seconds here, let them resign. I am, yeah.
5 minutes or less.
Joanne.
Just kidding. Take your time.
Just for that. No, Wendy, if you just want to take your time, that's cool too. 2 seconds. Thank you.
You're very welcome. It's giving me a hard time.
We'll try to go halfway in between our heights, yeah?
I just want to mention before we start the presentation, this is a tentative presentation. We won't be fielding any questions from the audience. The board can ask questions after. So the audience have any questions, they can be fielded next month. If you can let Jenny know that when she comes back in, that'd be appreciated. She likes to ask questions. You can begin.
Yeah, that's actually how I was going to start the presentation, which was just talking about the process a little bit. Important to note, as Mr. Morris just mentioned, that this is the preliminary budget presentation. So just to refresh everyone's memory about how this works, March is the month where we present the preliminary budget. The purpose of the preliminary budget is to inform the board of what our budget is going to look like, make sure the board is informed. The ultimate goal tonight is to have the board approve our budget, the tentative budget, the preliminary budget, to submit to the County Department of Education. That is due by March 20th. That's why today's board meeting falls earlier than most board meetings fall in the month, because it has to be submitted to the county by March 20th. So that's why we're meeting tonight on March 14th. What happens then is, in that time, from the time that we submit it, the county reviews it, and the county ultimately and ideally approves it. And that's the county saying that our budget is acceptable. It meets everything that is statutory and financially acceptable. Then we come back in April. This year, it'll be April 25th. The April 25th board meeting will be the actual budget hearing, where the board, we will recommend the final budget to the board. The board would hopefully ultimately approve that budget, and that's a hearing. And that's when questions can be asked from the public. So tonight, the questions will come from the board. Clarification, they just need to know what they need to know to submit the preliminary budget to the county. Between March 14th and April 25th, if there's small revisions that need to be made within the budget, that is allowed. Ultimately, what we're approving tonight is the overall numbers. But if we find at some point that we need to move $2,000 from this line into another line, those minor revisions are allowed between now and April 25th. Before I go any further, for the people at home, I just want to make sure that you are aware that the budget presentation that we are about to see has just been posted online, so you can go to our main website, the district website, sparta.org. On the right-hand column where it says district presentations, it will be the first presentation linked. So this presentation, you can follow along at home. We received feedback in the past, recently, that people at home couldn't see the screen, understandably, and it was tough to follow presentations. So what we're trying to do from this point forward, as much as we can, is presentations like this, get them up on the website while we are presenting so folks can follow from home. Trying to make some improvements with that. So now we will get into the actual presentation. The budget development highlights, just going through how this budget was developed and the highlights of what is in this budget. Just as we talked about last year, this year was the same budgeting process known as zero-based budgeting, whereas when we go to administration and we go into the building levels, we don't just simply roll over funds. Every department, every building, their funding starts at zero, and then they have to validate, substantiate what is going into their budget, rather than saying, well, you got X amount last year, so you're going to get X amount plus 2,000 this year. That's not how we budget. That's not a responsible budget. The way to responsibly budget is you come to us, tell us exactly what you need for your departments, tell us exactly what you need for your students, tell us why you need it, and we'll start building from there. So we have implemented that in the past, and we've done it once again. This budget continues to fund, maintain, and improve the quality of our educational programs. It is very important to note that in this budget, there are no programs that are being cut. That's always one of our goals. Obviously, you just heard the world language presentation. We have great programs in our schools, and our goal is always to make sure that we can continue to fund those programs and to fund them responsibly. So there are no programs being cut. All programs are being maintained within this budget. That is a big highlight. We continue in this budget to provide professional development opportunities to increase teacher expertise and efficacy. This budget includes technology, infrastructure, maintenance, and upgrades. There are some very beyond essential things that need to take place as far as technology infrastructure goes in the upcoming school year. So we need to make sure that we funded that essential technology infrastructure. We continue to support the social, emotional, mental health of the Sparta learning community. You have heard numerous times at these board meetings how great of social, emotional, mental health programs we have in our district. And those are not slowing down, they're only growing. So we continue to fund those and support those. And there is one capital project in this budget. Well, it's the same capital project in two places. So it is the removal of underground oil storage tanks at Sparta Middle School and at Mohawk Avenue School. Those are the two, or one, capital project that appears in this budget. With the conversion to gas in those buildings, it is required by law to then get the oil tanks out of the ground within a certain time frame. So we have to be able to fund that, and that is the lone capital project that you will see in this budget. Going through the budgeting process, very similar to how we went through the budgeting process last year. Administration engages staff to ascertain and justify resource needs. They build their budget books in their departments and in their buildings. Ms. Black gives them criteria of what she needs, not what programs and the details of what she needs, but what she needs to see, what categories and such that she needs to see, hands them basically blank budget books, and they get returned with the zero-based budgeting with what they need, those budget books. Administration goes to their staff. Multiple meetings with administration. We spent a lot of time as a big administrative team talking about the budget, and then Ms. Black and I meet with individual admin teams on the building level and the supervisor level multiple times. And of course, we engage the Finance Committee throughout the process, but also individual board members. The Finance Committee is always in lockstep with what we're doing, being brought up to speed, that is. And then individual board members come in. Once the budget is built, Ms. Black invites board members to come in, meet individually, go through the budget, line by line. If that's what the board member wants to feel comfortable in order to vote for the budget, then that's what we do. Administration revisited staff scheduling, class sizes, and programming goals to determine the staffing numbers. Staffing is always a huge part of the budget, as you know. The preliminary budget is to be approved by the board, then submitted to the county for DOE approval. That's what I spoke about before. And the final budget hearing, as I said before, is to take place at the April 25th, 2024 board meeting. So before we get into the numbers and really dive deep into the budget, this is how we started the presentation last year. This is how we'll start it again this year, because as the taxpayers and people in the audience here and the board are watching this presentation, one of the ultimate things that you're wondering is, what does this mean for me? What does this mean for my taxes? What does this mean for the taxpayers? So let's answer that question now, so that while we are going through the budget, you have that in the back of your mind and seeing how we arrived at these numbers. For the 23-24 tax levy, the year that we're living in, the tax levy was $65,905,138. This budget is proposed to increase the tax levy by 2%. And that 2% is $1.3 million, roughly, which takes us to the 24-25 school tax levy of $67,223,139. What does that mean exactly for the taxpayer? The way that you mainly measure that, the way that is measured is by looking at the average value of a home and what that means to the average home tax levy. So for the average home, for this year or for the 24-25 school year, the average home is assessed at $372,300. And the school tax levy effect for 24-25 on that average home is $156.57 per year, or $13.05 per month. That's what it means to the taxpayer. We're going to get into much more detail about how we arrived at these numbers, but I'd like to get that out of the way first and keep that in the back of your mind. This is just a look at our enrollment numbers over the past couple of years. Our enrollment has been increasing. As you can see, there's an increase of 4.4% in our enrollment over the past 5 years. We are fortunate to be a growing community here in Sparta, and one of the few growing communities still in Sussex County. So you can just see the enrollment trend over the years. Just wanted to throw that in there because obviously enrollment is a main component that drives the budget. Excuse me. Ms. Black will take the next 2 slides.
So the district has two reserve accounts, maintenance reserve and capital reserve. Currently, our capital reserve is at $1.2 million. The maximum allowed is approximately $12 million for this district. Our maintenance reserve is at $136,000, and the maximum allowed is $3.5 million.
The next one. Oh, I'm sorry. Just the arrow. Yep.
Okay. So how did we make this budget balance? The revenue side of this budget is comprised of the local tax levy at 2%. There are also 2 allowance adjustments that did come through this year. One was for healthcare allowance and also an enrollment allowance. However, we did not utilize it in the budget this year. It then becomes banked cap, and it can be used over the next 3 years. That amounted to $393,000. State aid did increase for this district by $625,000. We are also using budgeted fund balance of $1.2 million. We did not do a withdrawal from maintenance reserve. Grants did go up as far as PEA, ESEA, and IDEA, and also miscellaneous revenue, which is our facility use, and also the scoreboard donations. That comprises that. You notice that number has gone down, and it's because we are not charging for preschool tuition now since we are part of the preschool expansion program.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Ms. Black said, if you recall last year, the tax levy was above 2%. So, and the way we were able to get above 2% last year, as this was explained, was to utilize banked cap, the enrollment allowance, the healthcare allowance. That's how we were, again, able to go above the 2%. This year, we were eligible to go above the 2% with the $393,000, but we did not. We did not touch that. We did not. So we wanted to do everything that we could to stay within the 2% tax levy. And we'll show a trend of tax levies over the past couple of years, too. But we wanted to stay within that 2%. We wanted to do everything we could to balance the budget with just that 2% tax levy without dipping into or accessing a banked cap as we did last year, and we were able to do that. So those were the revenues. This is just another way to look at the revenues. Where does our revenue come from? Where do we get the money that we can spend in our school district, the revenues? You saw it on the previous slide. But the bulk of how we get our money to fund the district is from the local tax levy. State, that's 86% of how we fund, that's 86% of our revenue. State aid is also a big part. State aid varies, as you know. One of the key components to state aid is student enrollment. So as you see our student enrollment going up, that helps us with state aid. So it's always a positive for many reasons that our enrollment is going up. And then you see the rest of how, what this shapes out to be. Again, these are the numbers from the previous slide. This is just what it looks like on a pie chart, just to give you a different visual. The expenses. So we talked about the revenue side. Got to talk about the expenses side. We talk about this every year, about how the costs, the expenses in our district, how they go up and how much they go up by. So for the 24-25 school year, salaries are increasing. The contractual increase is 2.8%, which equates to approximately $1.2 million. That's an increase of what we have to pay for next year. The health benefits line is set to increase $750,000. The general liability insurance is projected to increase 20%, which means $240,000. The PERS contribution is projected to increase 17.61%, which equates to $250,000. Special education costs going up, projected to go up 3%, another $250,000. And transportation the CPI is 5.81%, and that is projected to go up $500,000. So when we have a tax levy, that, as you saw what that tax levy was going to get us, that only gets us a portion of what everything else that is going up. And we have to figure out how to balance the budget with just that increase in tax levy, but with all these other increases. And again, this is the expenditures and the expenditures compared to last year. So we just talked about numbers and how they were going up. These are the actual numbers, total numbers. Not the previous slide was just a number increase. This is the total numbers of what you're seeing, 23, 24, the year that we're living in, compared to 24, 25. How much it went up, money-wise, and what that percent change looks like. And as you can see, again, it's just another visual for you to see what we needed to account for in this budget with all of those increases, and again, only being allotted the 2% tax levy. Excuse me. As promised, here is the school tax levy. Since 2010, Ms. Black was able to research the history, the trends of our tax levy since the year 2010. And as you can see, it varies. It depends on state aid. It depends on a multitude of factors. And from 2010, again, you can see there's a few years that were above the 2%. 2% is the about the norm of what you see. Sometimes it's above that. One time it was actually below that. But that's where we are projected for the fiscal year 25, next school year, right at that 2%. And that's it. Again, this is the preliminary budget. The board has been kept in the loop as to what exactly is in this budget. Much more time and much more budget lines being looked at than what we just looked at. These are the big picture items, just to recap everything. But our job was to, along with the admin team, was to build the budget, build a responsible budget to make sure that we continue to educate our students at a high level and still be responsible to the taxpayer with the 2% tax levy. We feel that this is a very good budget. We feel that we were able to do that, achieve both of those goals, and showed the board over the past couple of weeks how exactly we plan on doing that. And tonight, we're just asking for you to approve the preliminary budget to get it over to the county and let the county give it a review. But if there's minor tweaks in the interim, we can always look at it. Any questions from the board?
So I have a few questions and a few comments. One, I want to thank Joanne for allowing us to come into your office and spending many hours together to go over quite a few pages. Some of the things that I want to explain in terms of why I do plan to support this tonight. Number one, I think it's great that the administrative teams were able to address our overloads, which was something that I had mentioned a few months back before I was serving on this board as an area of concern. Working with the administrative team, you were able to reduce overloads by $123,000, and I think that's pretty significant when you think of, and also pretty innovative when you think of the way we were able to accomplish that. So I just want to give credit where it's due there. I know Wendy has reported out that the curriculum committee was working on for a while the subscriptions and purchases that were in place for the months during COVID, which we've kind of pared back as a result of no longer needing all of those. So another great area. A lot of the camera purchases, other things that are more rooted in security, I feel like are necessary for our district. A few things that I do want to mention. I think it's important that we consider, it was about $200,000 this year in extra expenses due to charter placements. And I think it's really important that we're trying to work collaboratively to figure out why it is that we're losing those students. In some cases, of course, it's unavoidable. But in others, when people are citing issues like climate and culture as the reason for their departure, I think that there are ways that we can be proactive in preventing that. I also want to work collectively with Dr. Beck and Ms. Rossi to figure out if there's ways that we can perhaps initiate some sort of a protocol when someone's ready to leave our district. Do we have a survey in place? Do we have a phone call process that takes place, an interview process to try to figure out why it is and see if there's areas where we can improve, and maybe if it's a simple phone call that can avoid the loss. So those are some of the areas that I do want us to work on. I look forward to working with Joanne, especially in terms of grants. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for us. I know you're working diligently to explore those, particularly when it comes to transportation. I know that we're seeing a sizable increase, something like 8.4%, and I know we're actively exploring grant opportunities for transportation. And hopefully that'll help relieve some of the issues. One last thing that I do want to make sure I mention, I do understand that we have cut something like 10% off of the general departments. We've asked each department to kind of par back about 10%.
Yeah, each building.
Yes.
Yeah.
And those that could did, and those that couldn't did not, which is acceptable. However, knowing that we also did this last year, I just want to make sure that we're really mindful that we're not making this a recurring theme, especially if we are. Granted, it's a much more, it's a much healthier number compared to the 5.8%. I still want to make sure that we're not asking departments to cut what they need, although I'm certainly happy to know that no programs are being cut, and we're still going to be able to provide everything we need. So, yeah, I plan to support it, and I especially thank Joanne for her time. Oh, one other thing I wanted to mention. I did another look, and it looks like the $150,000 that we had projected for legal expenses is now set to $175,000. So I want to thank you for that, because I know I was a little bit concerned about that initial number, only because of our history. The actual audited amount for the last year, we had budgeted $150,000. It ended up being over $220,000. So I just want to make sure that we're being realistic, and I look forward to really holding to that $175,000 as much as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Is anybody else? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Thanks, Craig. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You ready?
Yes.
Now the superintendent report.
Now that I'm warmed up. A little shorter this month because of the small gap in between the two board meetings, a quick turnaround between the two board meetings, but a couple of items of note. First, I want to talk about the upcoming solar eclipse and how we're going to handle that as a school district. I know it's been a topic around the local area, the region, really. As I'm sure you know, there will be a full solar eclipse taking place on April 8th. Our region is fortunate enough to be able to experience this rare occurrence. I wanted to provide the community with an update pertaining to how our schools will be taking advantage of this opportunity while ensuring the safety of our students. As our elementary students will be on their buses when the eclipse reaches its peak in the coming weeks leading up to spring break, our elementary principals will make sure our students understand the possible dangers that exist from staring directly at the sun during an eclipse. They will also be sending a letter home to parents informing them that their students have been taught about this danger and asking for the parents' help in reiterating the importance of not staring directly at the sun during the eclipse. Additionally, we are in the process of purchasing special sunglasses designed to protect our students' eyes when worn during the eclipse. The glasses will be purchased with the proper certification and brand recommended by the American Astronomy Society. Those glasses will be distributed to all students, all elementary students, as we dismiss them on April 8th. Again, the elementary students being the main concern here because they will be on the bus, on their buses during that time. Also, our middle school is hosting a solar eclipse viewing party where safety glasses, refreshments, and T-shirts will be provided to all students who register. Retirements. On this evening's agenda, you will see some noteworthy long-standing staff members who have submitted their retirements. I would like to draw attention to these retirees this evening. They are Margaret Incantalupo, math, computer science teacher at Sparta High School. She has served our district for 26 years. Andrew Lowry, English teacher at Sparta High School. Mr. Lowry has served our district for 31 and a half years. Susan Soy, 6th grade math teacher, Sparta Middle School. Ms. Soy has served our district for 25 years. And Susan Tessier, kindergarten teacher, Alpine Elementary School. Ms. Tessier has served our district for 24 years. Thank you to all of those teachers for their service to our students and district. Going back to some world language recognition, last Sunday, Ms. Wessels attended the German Christmas Market Giving Back event at the Sussex County Fairgrounds, where she was also a guest speaker representing the Sparta High School German program. Our German students and Ms. Wessels have been performing authentic German Christmas songs at the German Market for the past 21 years. The German Christmas Market awarded us a very generous grant of $5,000, which will enable us to award scholarships to our graduating German students. And Sparta Middle School Robotics. Team 153D won the Design Award, which, according to VEX, recognizes a team's ability to document and explain their engineering design process via an engineering notebook and team interview. As a result, Team 153D will represent Sparta Middle School Robotics at the VEX IQ World Championships in Dallas, Texas in May, where they will compete against students from over 50 countries around the world. This is Sparta Middle School's second trip to the World Championship and has many years of competition. Congratulations to them. And Ms. Rossi planned to come tonight. She is running late. Her son had his basketball banquet, so she wanted to make sure she attended his basketball banquet. But she did give me some notes for her section. So I'm reading on behalf of Ms. Rossi here. The Teacher Climate and Culture Innovation Grant Program. We recently submitted an application for the grant with the NJDOE. The grant is intended to address one of the key recommendations from the Task Force on Public School Staff Shortages in New Jersey, reclaiming teacher time. Through the investigation and implementation of policies and procedures which reduce administrative paperwork and other tasks that pull teachers away from classroom instruction. This is a competitive grant opportunity with only 30 anticipated awards. We hope to be considered in order to be able to pursue this important work, and we've already started that discussion with the union leadership, hoping to get that grant. Update on the climate survey. The Parent Culture and Climate Survey has been shared through email by district correspondence and school-based communication. If you have not already done so, please check your email to complete this survey at your earliest convenience. In order for survey results to be populated by school, we must attain additional submissions for reliable and valid reporting. So far, the minimum number of responses has not been met. So if you have not submitted it yet, please submit. And lastly, STAR scores. STAR assessments are used as a universal screening tool within the district, approximately 3 to 4 times per year. STAR is a tool that has been used along with multiple measures to make determinations about student support services and programming needs. STAR scores have always been available to parents and guardians by contacting building administration. By the end of next week, all families will have access to their student STAR scores in the Genesis Parent Portal. More information will be shared on how to access this information and what it means. And that is the superintendent report.
Thank you. Moving on to board president report. As I'm pretty sure everyone has heard, we have an empty board seat over there. It's unfortunate Ms. Slonsky had to step down and resign from her seat. She had to move out of district, which disqualifies her from sitting as a board member. Like I said, it's unfortunate. She'll be missed. We wish her the best in her next district. I'm sure she'll be at this mic in front of us here regularly as usual, but that's that. We did post for the open seat. Anyone who is interested, you can submit your application by mail to the board office by March 22nd. We have a tentative date, very tentative, no time set yet, for April 11th to hold interviews. Like I said, anyone interested, apply. That's it. Can I get a motion to approve the HIB report?
Motion.
Thanks, Craig. Second? Thank you. Discussion? Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pelesci?
Yes.
Ms. Seelander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. You have any communications, Joanne? Anybody?
None.
Okay. Delegate liaison reports. No? Okay, good. Public comment number 1. Public comments are invited on all matters pertaining only to action items at this time. Please state the action item number as well as your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate. For the record, each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. Once you have your allotted 3 minutes to speak, you will not be permitted to speak again until public comment number 2. All statements should be directed to me as presiding officer. The board or administration may or may not respond to any questions or comments after the conclusion of public participation.
Jenny Derrick's tapping to Sparta. As usual, I have a couple of questions about the policies. So 15.21 is the agenda item, policy 9191. It's the idea about the booster club and the 501c3 and the insurance. It seems, and maybe I just don't understand it, but it looks like the way it's written, booster clubs or PTOs are required to get their own 501c3 approvals, make their own applications for 501c3 status, and send that information to the district. Years ago, we had worked really hard to get the PTOs and any other student organizations that would be appropriate for this to be qualified for the Spartan Booster Club status. In other words, you pay a few, I don't know, it was $25 or $30 or whatever the administrative cost was. You provide the information, the organization would provide the information, the officers and the fund, revenues and expenditures at the beginning or by whatever date the district needs it, and they would then fall within the 501c3 status of the umbrella booster club. But it seems like this new policy is reverting back to the old way where we're asking maybe I don't understand it, but it looks like the PTOs are being asked once again to go and have to fund their own 501c3 status.
Don't they have it already, their own PTOs? I would think the PTOs would have their own 501c3.
No, it used to be, like 10 years ago, they had their own. But then it got changed. We were able to, and I know because I was part of it, able to make it so that the PTOs and any other student organization, whether it's the theater booster club, the ski club, whoever, would qualify for the Spartan club, not just the sports, but any organization, so that the money that was raised by these organizations that support our students don't have to spend a significant amount of time and money on audits and all of the costs that are associated with getting that 501c3 and the insurance, which is not a small number either. So that was how in years ago, organizations had to get their own. And then we were able to say, no, we'll let everybody come in as long as you give us the filing information and take advantage of the smaller number, the cost for these groups. But it seems like this policy is reverting back to the old way where each group was responsible for themselves, the PTOs at least. So I'm just bringing that to your attention and hope that will be remedied. 5.9, translation services. What is this? Did we not have this before? How often do we need a translator? Is this for parents coming in that need help with students? Is this for students? And then just a quick thing, 15.17, the baseball coach is a volunteer. Do we have a full-time baseball coach? Because I know Slobo retired. Frank is a part-time, and then we have this guy tagged as but we do have a real full-time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Motion to close public comment number 1.
Oh, sorry.
Motion.
Thanks, Greg. Second, Lee, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just to go back to the 9191, that policy was created in 1999. It was revised in 2021. What you're referring to is not part of the revision, so whatever was in place.
I was just looking at all the red text, which to me seemed to be changed.
Yeah, but if you look at the current policy, that was not part of the revision. So what, we'll look into it, and we can table it tonight to look into it some more. But that specific component of the policy was not part of this revision. If you look at the current policy on the website.
The actual wasn't matching up with what the policy said, but I know for 10 years, that was.
All right, we'll look into it.
And then the translation services, yes, that's what it is for. It is for a go-between between parents when they're calling on the phone or when they're coming in for meetings. At times, we need translation services. We need our staff to help us with that, and they should be compensated to do so. So that's becoming more of a need in our district, and that's what we are. That's what we're doing. There more to it there? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and in addition to that, for counseling services, if we need to interact with families in a way that is, more intensive and requires additional support to be able to provide servicing. Sure.
Okay, moving on to personnel and policy. I'm going to make a motion to table
Just not.
item 15.21.
The whole thing, or just 9191?
Just not.
Yeah, 9191.
Second.
Second.
Second, Wendy. Discussion? No? Okay. Take a roll call on that, Joanne.
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes, sorry.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Okay, now can I get a motion for 15.1 to 15.28 excluding 9191?
Motion.
Second?
Second?
Thank you. Discussion? It's annoying. Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Yeah, Kenny, please.
The outside doors, you can't.
Yeah, it stopped. Oh, you're good. You're good, it's fine. Thanks. Moving on to curriculum and instruction. Can I get a motion to move 16.1 to 16.6?
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Roll call, Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes to everything but 16.5, which I abstained from.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Okay, moving right along to finance. Motion to move 17.1 to 17.6.
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Thank you. Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Motion to move operations 18.1.
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Discussion. Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Okay. Moving on to 19.1, old business. I have none, I don't believe. Anybody have any old business? No? New business. Anyone have new business?
Kind of have a couple things, kind of old, kind of new. I didn't give a report out for delegate liaison, but we did just approve yet another grant through Sparta Education Foundation, so they are still hard at work. A large grant that was given to the Sparta Middle School. So, like I said, they are still hard at work. They just had their wine tasting event maybe a week or so ago. That was super successful. Another update too, it was last meeting, Ms. Rossi was talking about the high impact tutoring grant, which gave the option for tutoring from grades 6 through 12. That email was sent out to everyone in the district, and it has gotten positive feedback. The children can choose to have a chat or video conference, live person, help them work through their math problems. So great feedback there. I hope if you need that sort of help, or your student does, they take advantage of that, especially in the older grades. Kids are learning different ways than parents, but that is ongoing, and like I said, positive feedback for that. And then one more thing for student council. Let me just find it real quick. There is a charity concert at the high school on Friday, March 22nd at 7 p.m. There's a $10 entry, and the proceeds benefit the Sparta Food Pantry. So I believe that's being put on by the student council. Typically, one of the students would give that update, but since they're not here, I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that event. Again, Friday, March 22nd at 7 p.m. at the Sparta High School.
Thank you. Moving along to public comment number 2. The board uses second public comment period to invite comments on all matters pertaining to the school district. Please state your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate for the board, for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. Once you've had your allotted 3 minutes to speak, you will not be permitted to speak again. All statements should be directed to me as presiding officer. The board or administration may or may not respond to any questions or comments after the conclusion of public participation.
I already signed the sheet, so don't worry. Good evening. My name is Angela DeLucia, and I am the very proud president of the Sparta Education Association. It's only been a few weeks since my last report, but there is certainly no shortage of good news to share with the board and the community. Last week, we celebrated the Love of Reading Week in our schools. Many educators and school community members participated in the festivities, including guest and mystery readers. Both Alpine and Mohawk Ave librarians Taryn Doremus and Heather Frieda organized author visits. At Alpine, Amy Dolan was recognized by 106.3 The Bear as Teacher of the Month. She was interviewed on the radio, and we were all very excited and proud of her. Helen Morgan's school really gave back this month. Students in Mrs. Miller and Mrs. Pastorino's classes were so inspired by the SEL kindness lesson that they organized a fundraiser at the 80s dance and raised $100 for Soothing Paws organization. And during Read Across America celebrations, the HMS community collected books for a good cause. A Livingston fifth grader recently created a free lending library at the airport. Her goal is to provide books for kids and get them off their devices when they're at the airport. HMS students and their families generously donated over 300 books to the cause. At SMS, we have the highly competitive student-faculty basketball game coming up on March 21st. And in partnership with St. Elizabeth's, Ms. Hoffman, through her work with the Culture and Climate team and 2 of her students, were an integral part of a major SEL project entitled Engaging and Empowering the Voices of All Students. The product of their work is not only being shared with SMS community, but now will be part of a presentation that will be shared across the U.S. At the high school, we have 2 birth announcements. Congratulations to Tom DiNunzio, as he and his family welcomed baby Lily, and to Haley Anderson and her family with the arrival of baby Lucy. Dr. Giannuzzi presented at both the NJ Music Educators Conference and at Messiah College. And right now, the entire music department is currently in Orlando, Florida, and their teachers have arranged for students to play and record in the Disney studios. Mr. Featherman and the Academic Bowl earned champion status when they reigned victorious in the county competition, beating Pope John in the final round. Mrs. Chiappini, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Merrill and their DECA students once again have successfully competed at the state level, and many have advanced to the national level of competition that will take place next month. Spring sports have begun, and many new and amazing things will be happening in all of our buildings, and I look forward to sharing more great news next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Autumn McCourt, Sparta. As I indicated last time, the chess coach here in Sparta, Thomas Murray, is verbally abusive to children. Last time I mentioned complaints that had been shared with me by other people, other Sparta residents on Facebook. One woman indicated that he yelled at her son in front of her and grabbed him by the collar, that she complained and had a meeting with the principal and superintendent, but that he got away with it with his behavior. Another woman indicated that her friend had a horrible experience with him and that it wasn't the child's fault. Another woman indicated that her son had a similar experience as my son, and that the coach was the reason her son quit and her younger son didn't participate in the chess club. She further indicated that he has a tendency to choose favorites and ostracize those he doesn't care for and make unacceptable comments to children. Another indicated that they heard rumblings about how he talks to children and that they had reported him at Mohawk Avenue, and that there's a record of a group of moms in Mohawk Avenue agreeing that his behavior is inappropriate. Another mom indicated that her daughter had an issue with him, but that she didn't report it because her sons wanted to continue chess club. Another said, "Well, I can promise you you're not alone in your concerns. My oldest and his friends still make fun of all the out-of-pocket comments that were made. I'm surprised he's still in his role." Another person private messaged me and said, "I need to ask, are we talking about Tom Murray? Is he the chess coach? I don't even know why he's allowed around children." Another person said, "This post does not surprise me one bit, given remarks to me from him regarding something else I spoke up about." And another one said, "Then the school needs to listen. The excuse of not being able to do anything as a volunteer is BS. It's their responsibility to keep them safe physically and mentally while out in the building. I get everyone's together and go down there." Another one said that he's a patron at St. Moritz and that he's so nasty to the servers there that the manager read him the riot act, that if he didn't change his attitude, that no one would serve him, and additionally that he called somebody there stupid. Your excuse over and over again that he's a volunteer and you can do nothing is absolutely ridiculous. Just because you want to say it over and over again doesn't make it true. It's never going to make it true. You have a responsibility to keep our children safe in school, before school, and after school. You can do anything you want with the volunteers that come in before and after school. You can stop their program. You can tell them he can't come here anymore. You can do anything. You can tell him have your program somewhere else. The parents in this district give assurances, they're given assurances knowing that it's at the school. They think, oh, it's going to be okay, it's at the school. Nobody understands what and who you have at the school doing your volunteer programs, because if I did, I certainly would not have had my son there. If I knew about all these complaints about his behavior going back 14 years, I would have never subjected my son to anywhere near him. Say much more being at a chess club with him unattended for an hour, 30 minutes a week. You need to do something, because the fact that you're saying he's a volunteer is completely bogus.
Thank you.
Hi, Jenny Derricks again. There are going to be some questions about the budget. I know I will talk with Joanne about them, but just so you have a heads up, will the retirements be replaced? What is the breakage that you're going to realize from that? What contributed to the 55% increase in state grants, state and federal grants? And then aside from that, do we have a plan to do board and district goals this year? We haven't had them in a while. And do we have an update on the referendum? Where are we with that? Thank you.
Okay, motion to close number 2. Thank you, Wendy. Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yeah, motion, no. Moving on to the good of the order. I just want to touch on the love of reading. I did participate in the love of reading. I went to Alpine twice. Mr. Remus gave me a beautiful picture book, not a lot of words, so I was very thankful of that. It was a good time to see all the kids and some of my kids' old teachers to talk to them, so it was a great time. Thank you for doing it. I know the majority of us did it who were able to attend, and so we appreciate it. I have nothing else.
Did you get a card?
Oh, I got a card
Must have been fun to be with your peers.
right here from Miss Klein. There you go.
I would just like to point out that many board members and myself and administration read to elementary schools too, but we did not receive a card.
I got a card. I don't know if the police
A
uniform
picture and
helped,
everything.
but well, when you're good, you're good. What do you
I have
say?
a few
What
items.
basketball game.
I'm sorry. I have a few items as well. To mimic what Kurt said, thank you to Mr. Amos. There was a really nifty video. You were in that. We were all in that. So I just want to acknowledge one. I misspoke slightly last meeting when we were discussing the transgender policy concerns that I still have. I had mentioned that the maintenance reserve was over $400,000, and that was based on our audit presentation from January. So that updated number is actually more like $136,000. So I just wanted to clarify that so that there's not misinformation circulating on account of something that I said. I also want to thank Ms. Nagamos for bringing Theater in Our Schools Month to our attention. That was not something I was aware of at all. And if there's anything that we can do as a board or in collaboration with administration to bring that bronze honor troop to gold, we'd be happy to support. And that is all I have. I was not able to attend this week's meeting with Town Council, but we are still in correspondence with them, and we'll be reporting out as we can.
If I could just add, because I neglected to put it in my superintendent report, in the spirit of Theater in Our Schools Month, just want to point out how great The Wizard of Oz was, how much my family and I thoroughly enjoyed. Thoroughly enjoyed the play, the musical, and thank you to Ms. DeLucia and everybody that worked so hard on that. It was really great.
So closed is attorney-client privilege to discuss the RFPs.
Anybody else?
And I'm so sorry, one more thing. To answer the only question I think I'm allowed to answer, Chad actually did bring up setting district and board goals, and that's something that we look forward to working with him to do, so.
Yes, we're going to get that committee. It's an ad hoc committee, and I addressed that with him. It'll be after the budget is complete, and that's going to be Chad's project. Okay. If there's nothing else, we are going to convene back into closed session to discuss legal matters and continue discussion on the RFPs that we had interviews for. When we come out, action may be taken, and we'll be back. I'm going to be bold and say 30 minutes. Doubtful, but I'm going to say 30 minutes.
Bold indeed.
Motion to go to closed session.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Welcome back, everybody. Joanne, can we get a roll call, please?
Ms. Collier?
Here.
Ms. Gagnon?
Present, sorry.
Ms. McMichael? Here. Mr. Morris?
Here.
Mr. Paleschi?
Here.
Ms. Sealander?
Here.
Dr. Serrano?
Here.
Mr. Wood?
Here.
Okay. Could I get a motion to move the following resolution? The Board of Education appoints the Integrity Consulting Group as the broker of record for the employee of health benefits for the term of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
Motion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Discussion. Good. Roll call, Joanne?
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Gagnon?
Yes.
Ms. McMichael?
Yes.
Mr. Paleschi?
I'm going to abstain just because I wasn't able to make the presentation.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes. Okay, got a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you. Second, all in favor? Aye.